And welcome to the stream. Trawax, welcome. Welcome to the stream. So alone again today, huh? So, anyway, today we're gonna work on FicsIt-Cam again. A bit, at least, I guess. We will see. Let's switch over to chatting stream. Hey. So, okay. Let me set up the music. Let's remove that. And Tur2, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. So first of all, need to switch the music. It's either way, turning over. So, plan for today, guys, is we're gonna work a bit on FicsIt-Cam. So, last time we started with some refactoring, which went pretty well, so there is that. And I continued to refactor it. And most of the refactoring is done for the existing parts. But we are now working on a new system, on the new scene system, the miracle. The scene system is essentially more like you can imagine in real 3D animation programs. So like you have a collection of 3D objects inside of your world, which you then can control. Because right now FicsIt-Cam only consists of like, you have the controls, and these controls are then hard mapped to the camera. That's about it. So what I want to do now is I want to have the displays, the animation system itself for updating the values and stuff is not hard-coded anymore. Instead, it should now be more dynamic and uses collection of so-called scene objects. And then there is, for example, a camera scene object, which essentially represents the camera in 3D space. But then I also want to have multiple other scene objects, like a world controller object to be able to change, for example, day-night cycle. Or what's even more interesting would be like a sound object. Whoa. A sound object, or even a particle system object. Yes, you heard me right, a particle system object. Wouldn't that be great? So that's the idea of what we're gonna do today. And yep, that's what we that's what we're gonna continue on today. So right now the main thing that has to be done, so I have mostly patched out a lot of things. So a lot of things are already working for that new scene system. So I'm not quite sure about the initialization and how scene objects should be handled from now on. So if you think about it, like I need to have a scene object tell it, okay, the editor started, the editor stopped, the editor updated its values, blah, 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 stuff like that. And we somehow need to communicate that information to the scene object. It's a bit tricky because like because this stuff happens in a lot of stuff for now we've now focused on the editor, and a lot of that stuff in the editor happens like on frame. It requests the updated data each time and redraws that stuff. It's a bit stupid, so instead we have to work a little bit on a system that works a little bit more with subscriptions, delegates, and etc. to notify the different systems that updates happened, essentially. So for that, let me show you the camera object. So this is the camera object. This is a simple U object right now, which actually then also holds the information stored inside of a scene. Well, this is the so like position, rotation, field of view, aperture, and focus distance of a camera. The field of view, aperture, and focus distance are then grouped together into a group attribute. And we also have here like a new attribute type, attribute position. And this attribute position is essentially a hard-coded group attribute with X, Y, and Z directly in there, and also provides some more simplified for some stuff for more easy access on the different values. So for example, getting the XYZ coordinates from an attribute into a vector and vice versa over there. So that's and creating a group out of it and giving it names and stuff. So that's the main purpose of this. So this is a very simple structure here, which essentially is a hard-coded structure, attribute structure in this case. Okay, so I need to go back to the camera. So yeah, and these field of view, aperture, and focus distance are then grouped together into a lens settings group, and all of the this group, the position group, the rotation group, and the lens settings group are then grouped together into one group, the root attribute, and each scene object. This is an interface, iFix scene object, has to have a function called getRootAttribute, and I want and this just simply returns one attribute, and this one attribute essentially spreads out into the different branches and leaves where then all the attributes of this object, of this scene object, reside in. And I then use this here stored in the scene, create an editor attribute out of it, and use that for visualization and stuff, and data processing essentially. The biggest issue I have so there are like two main issues I have right now with the new system, which don't really which would be existing also in the old system. So it's just for convenience in the new system that should be made to make it more easier. And in the old system it would be the same, the one thing that still was there. So, and that would be, first of all, I'm not quite sure what further interface I should add for like editor and play, initialization, loading and whatnot. What I can unify, like editor and play, what should happen, what doesn't matter, it happens at the same time, and what does not, stuff like that. So that's like a relevant information. For me at least, in my opinion. Okay, and the other thing is that accessing the editor attributes. So you have to differentiate between attributes and editor attributes. An attribute is simply like a value specified by a default fallback value and different keyframes, and that stuff is then interpolated. Between the keyframes, it's then interpolated. So the default value we don't care about the default value. If we access this in a given point in time, it uses the interpolated value. And the editor value is a bit more different, because there the primary interesting value of the editor attribute is the current value, and this can be different from what is inside of the keyframes and stuff. Editor attribute is always mapped to an attribute, because like if you change the current frame, the values will be updated to the current value will be updated to the value based on the interpolation or default values of the normal attribute at the new current frame. And so this is a very important distinction here. And I wanted to like make it as easy as simple as possible to like manage some stuff here. And so right now you have a UFIC camera which only has these normal attributes, and the internal editor system handles all the necessary things, the editor context in this case, has all the necessary things to then create editor attributes based on those. So these attributes also have some interface changes now, so that they indeed use actually that they have a function like create editor attribute out of it. So if we have a look at the new editor context, where is it? The editor context. Editor. There it is, editor context. So the editor context now got just had a 4-skill MC since it got had 2 4-skill MC since it got stuck. Damn. I had to 4-skill explorer.exe at some point. Not quite sure when I had to do that, but I once had to do that. That was fun. Happens all the time. So okay, so in our editor context, you can see like we now store a UFIC scene instead of an animation. So I convert animations to scenes. It's better for backwards compatibility reasons. Blah blah blah. So we now got FIC scenes, and we have a current frame, an active range. That doesn't change. But now we have like here all attributes. This is a FIC editor attribute group dynamic. So there are now 3 different group editor attributes for groups. So there is the Fic editor attribute group base. So previously it was called Fic editor group attribute, I think. But now, like with the naming changes I mentioned last time, I tried to apply them at least in the editor attributes. So here we are, and we now have this here. So now we also have like we have in here like a map of attributes where we map the attribute name, because like group consists of like you have a name and then an attribute. So that's the general concept of a group. And we have here now a map name to a t-shared ref, important, that's a smart pointer, to an FFIC editor attribute base, editor attribute, okay? So this is just a base class. It doesn't fully implement the editor attribute base. This happens in the child. So there is one child, the FIC editor attribute group, which uses a group attribute, converts the and then like stores the group stores a reference to the group attribute, a normal reference, not a smart pointer. The difference is the editor attributes are created dynamically, and they can all be in shared pointers. Nobody cares, but the normal attributes, they probably are directly within an object, and we only can use raw pointers and references and not smart pointers for those. So hence we store here just a reference and not a smart pointer, because that's just simply not how we want to, because that's just simply what we are limited to. But it should be fine. So anyway, and this guy here then goes in there and like converts and then creates the editor attributes based on all the attributes inside of the group attribute, okay? Inside of the normal group attribute. So this is the editor attribute group. And then there is, we have just saw the dynamic, the editor group dynamic. And this is essentially just attribute group, editor attribute group that only exists in editor. So because like the other one, the FIC editor attribute group, that relies on the normal data, the non-editor data, the always existent data to have a group, like in the camera's case, for example. But here, this group only exists dynamically inside of an editor, and here you have a function to add an attribute to this group. The main purpose of this is that you have in our editor context here an editor attribute group dynamic, where then I collect all attributes of all root attributes of all scene objects inside of of our FIC scene here into one attribute, so that I can then use the toggle keyframe stuff, etc. via this attribute to like use it as a trampoline and for easy interfacing, essentially. And we also have here a map that maps scene objects, so like scene objects, not scenes, but scene objects to their respective already created root attributes. Because like when we load a scene and when new objects get added to the scene dynamically in the editor, we then right away create an attribute base, create the root attribute for such create a root attribute for such scene object, for the newly added one or all the now loaded scene objects. We then create the root attributes right away to have them in here. And from now on, if we want to interact with the data in the editor, like the current values of all the different attributes, we have to do it over the editor attributes here. The problem is now we can't use like normal hard-coded stuff anymore because all the data is dynamically created and we don't have any data structures because that would be a lot of redundancy. Instead, what you have to do now is not so nice. I made it as nice as possible, but it's not that nice. Could probably be nicer, I'm not quite sure. At least, well, have a look. So right now you just simply, you only can say like, okay, give me the access to the edit attribute group. Either the root one or like the root one for a given object here, and then I can say like, give me based on the name the different things. So I made it so that you can use on a reference, use the subsequence operator to access one, so that you have like, so that you can then create a chain of accesses through the different groups. If you have multiple groups, like you go into the position and then you go into the X position, or you could say like, if you say you have like you access camera, you access the world settings, you access the world settings of the camera, you access the transformation, you access the position, and you access then the X position essentially, so that you can create chains of references this way. And last but not least, you then also can use the get function to easily convert then a generic editor attribute base into your specific type you want, to reduce even more the necessary syntax you have to type to make it clear. So now this is pretty much reduced pretty much down to what I can make and would look good and make sense in our case. So because you just simply say, okay, from the attribute, give me, now you have to provide the data type of the attribute with the given path, which is just pitch in this case, and then I want to get the value. So it's really hard to reduce it even further down. I would want to have like a simple access array, a simple line of accessing the data, but that's sadly not possible in our case, so we have to work with that. But it's fine, I think. It's fine, I think. So for now, back to our camera. So this here is our UFIC camera, and we tick and we check, okay, does the editor context exist? If it exists, is the show path, and then we render it out. And in our init editor, we do not call init editor unload editor or editor update yet. That's one of the next things we're gonna have to work on. There I then create the editor camera object, camera actor, set the editor context, and then try to update the first values, update the values in the editor update, and unload editor, we just simply get rid of the editor context. And I just noticed we then also should say if the editor camera actor is set, I then should say editor camera actor destroy, and then editor camera actor equal null pointer, so it doesn't exist anymore. And there we go. Okay, so, and what we're gonna have to do right now is, because like this here, the usage of the editor camera actor was previously inside of the editor camera character, and I wanted to move that out essentially. And that's what we're gonna have to do now. We're gonna have to work a bit on figuring out how we can extract this guy here out into the about thing. I mean, this tick function is a mess. I'm not sure how I should ever be able to like, it's tough, okay? It's tough. Maybe adding more functions, I don't know. Grouping them that way a bit better, probably. But like here we have like all, like, okay, this here is possess. Okay, but like down here, this here is like mostly, okay, here's update values. So this here's all just like input handling, character input handling, as well as this stuff up here. That's also character input handling, essentially, because we have to create the bindings. And the rest of the function here is more like controlling, like saying, use me, use cinematic camera, stuff like that. And here, like updating the values of the camera itself. And we're gonna have to figure out a way on how we can work a little better in that regard. So the idea also was to have multiple camera objects, and depending on the settings of the camera objects, the arrangements, and a new attribute I will introduce at some point, to figure out which camera is the current active one. And this essentially means like we have to route what the editor camera character does through the scene, essentially. So we're gonna have to access the scene, and then or the editor context, and then we're gonna ask the editor context, and then we ask the editor context, hey, which camera is currently the active one? Because we may want to interact with it. That's essentially what we're gonna have to say. Important to notice, the editor camera character can be in two modes. Either it is hooked to, like it's locked to the camera, or it's not. Because if it's not, the editor camera character doesn't have to do anything at all with the editor camera, with the FIC camera essentially. So now using this, we can completely separate those, because they are actually two separate things. Because previously, like, the visual camera inside of the 3D world was the same as this guy here, which is not nice. So now with this here, it's a bit more clear, it's separated, it makes a lot more sense. So what we have to now is to essentially extract everything that was related to the camera actor. We're gonna have to extract it out from here and insert it here, okay? And make the editor camera character use the active FIC camera as reference to gather all its data it needs to update its location and stuff, if we are locked to the camera. But only if, okay? Only if. So we're gonna have to somehow figure that out. But before that, I'm gonna drink something. Okay. Yes, I'm rather motivated today, rather excited, because I made a lot of progress in regards of FicsIt-Cam today, so that's why I'm really happy. So, okay, how we gonna do that? How we? Okay. So The problem also is that the editor camera character, for whatever reason, always has to check if it's the editor, if there is an editor context. I'm not quite sure why we have to do that. The editor camera should not be used without editor context, essentially. So it's a bit weird if there's no editor context and you have an editor camera character here. This is... You could even say stupid, you know? You could even say it's stupid. Well, whatever. Whatever, I guess. Let me drink something again. As said, this whole thing here. So, like, I have refactored a lot of things of the editor in regards of UI and data structure. But I haven't refactored most of the runtime related, most of that stuff, and the other close to runtime related editor shit, like input managing and whatnot. There will be a big change at some point. We already have invested a bit of time in regarding of researching stuff like that, stuff for that, which is the interactive tools framework of Unreal Engine. We're gonna have to add that at some point. We just simply have to. Or we have to create our own small little tool system for being able to interact with the 3D world. So the main reason why I want this interactive tools framework is to be able to interact with gizmos and stuff inside of the freaking 3D world of Unreal Engine. Okay, inside of the viewport, having 3D widgets, you could say. That's the main reason I want this interactive tools framework to work. And so that means we will have a lot of changes in regards of how stuff is handled over there, okay? So even what we're gonna do now is probably gonna be still have quite some change at some point. But for now, we just want to get it kind of working as it was, without the need of interactive tools frameworks, and then expand on that with and then expand our new scene object system on top of that, and then at some point at the interactive tools framework. So let's start. The problem is I'm constantly talking around it because I don't know quite sure how we're gonna do that. So first of all, let's read crappy code. So, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna check if B-Move camera is activated. I'm not quite sure what the B-Move camera is. I think this is essentially our lock camera to viewport option. So if this is enabled, the camera actor gets, the location of the camera actor will be set to our transformation. Okay? And then we have this magic stuff going on here. So we're gonna check if the camera actor is like, why? I have to ask. Whatever. We're gonna get the position, we're gonna get the actor, and then we have like a rotation old, which is from the editor attribute. So we essentially get the actor, we get the current values of our rotation attribute, of our rotation. And if the camera actor, so if the position of the camera actor has changed, okay? So if the position has changed, we're gonna have to recalculate with a weird system the new rotation. Why we have to do these many while loops there, you may ask yourself probably why we're gonna have to do that. So the reason for these things to be there is I need to be able to store, I need to make this system aware of multiple rotations around the same axis. So otherwise it would be like, essentially use the modulo operator to modulo it onto 180 and minus 180 degrees. So that means if you then have like 180 plus 1, you will then be at minus 179 degrees, which we do not want, because this would make animations look rather weird. If you say you are at the same position and you rotate around yourself a couple of times, what the animation program would do instead is like it would like pan to turn around 180 degrees, turn in the other direction 360 degrees, turn around in the other direction 360 degrees, turn in the other direction at 360 degrees, and stuff like that. So it constantly switches the direction of rotation, essentially, which is not good. It would be weird looking. So that's why I have these weird while loops there to be aware of any wrappers that should have happened, and then add them on top of the new value, which then goes into our attribute, because the attribute is the actual simulation there, and the resulting value then can be mapped, clamped to range. We don't care. This is not a big deal, but like our interpolation should not deviate from the direction and velocities and stuff. It should use these absolute values. So we should be able to have like a pitch of 700 degrees. Why not? We need to be able to have this information. Otherwise, the animations would not, especially the rotations, would look shit. I had quite some trouble, and this was my solution. So, but this here is only relates to when you actually change it. So I'm not quite sure why we have it in here and not inside of this if. It would make much more sense inside of the if, because only then the camera actor actually changes. Or no, you could also change the values on there, but it still doesn't matter. Whatever. So this is why this stuff is there. Okay. This time dilation stuff is important in regards of bullet time, for example. You can see if we have bullet time, time dilation has to be decreased. Give me a second, guys. Oh, someone of the from the Reddit post is apparently here watching, as it seems. Because just now someone mentioned on Reddit that he doesn't get the death of field working, or at least he mentioned that. I tried to help him, and now he answered he still doesn't get it to work. So, and he said he watches the stream. So, hello, Ghost. Because not active in chat. Well, still, welcome. Glad you like it. Okay, so back to topic. So we're gonna have to. So like, I'm not sure if we should extract this. So like, this is only relevant if our camera character is actually then like said, okay, lock the camera there, the camera actor there, and then move the camera actor around, and then update the attribute according to that. I'm not sure if I should put that into the FIC camera, or if I should leave it inside of the character here. But I think it would make more sense to leave it here, because all of this rotation is mostly only due to how the character works, and is not really related to the camera stuff over there. So I think we should leave it in here, but we're gonna rearrange that a little bit so that it instead is mapped into there, because otherwise I don't get it. Like, the fuck? We also don't need this second check down there. Not quite sure about the role here. Okay, so but you can see we access here of a camera actor rather often. So instead, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to work with the context, with the, I'm not sure, is it called context or editor context here? Apparently editor context. And then I have to like get active camera essentially. So that's what I'm gonna do now. Get active camera. So there should be also an other function which is called get camera. This is a little bit unclear, this get camera, I think. So I'm gonna probably rename it to get active camera. For now we just keep get active camera, and get active camera just simply returns the result of get camera. And what get camera does, return. Come on, return. What the fuck is wrong with me right now? Return. There you go. Okay. And what get camera does, it just simply iterates over all our scene object, searches for UFIC camera, and returns that. Otherwise, it returns a null pointer. So if there is no camera, it returns a null pointer. So, okay, in here, we now say, okay, if we have an editor context, and the editor context has the beMoveCamera flag activated, and I'm gonna say we're gonna have a UFIC camera equals editor context get active camera, and we have a camera. Then you go in there and then set your actor transformation, blah blah blah, but not on the camera directly. Instead, what you're gonna do is you're gonna do that on the camera. How's it called? And then we're gonna have the camera editor camera actor. That's how it's called. We also don't need this if here anymore, so we can just put all of that stuff around here and then use the editor camera instead. Get actor location. Damn it. And give me rotation. So now get the position, the new rotation with the rot old n, which is rot old, which we rotate. Then we have the difference between the rotation new and the old rotation. We then do again some weird stuff here. I'm not quite sure what that does, but it does some stuff. And then we add this difference on top of the old rotation, and then we get a new rotation. And this new rotation is then used for our attribute and wherever we use the old rotation. What the fuck? Okay. There you go. There is that. I'm not sure what this rotator fix is. It's like setting the control rotation of our controller over there. It uses then the old roll rotation here. So that's the main purpose apparently. I'm not quite sure. But that only happens if we have the move camera activated and we have a valid camera. Okay. So scrolly downy down. Here we're gonna create that stuff. We're gonna get rid of this, and here we can get rid of the destruction. Theoretically, we could even get rid of the mPlay because we don't do anything here. Just call the super function, which is done either way, or like in the default case. So here we update the editor context of the camera based on when you call the set editor context function. We don't need that. That's handled via a different system now. And then we have here the actor transformation and update gizmo based on the update values. But the update values also happen via different systems. So we can also get rid of those. And there we go. We should have extracted that information as we wanted to. Great. That actually worked rather, was easier than I thought. Holy smokes. Okay, there you go. Camera. We have our init editor, which then like sets the editor context, and it also sets the editor context based on the editor camera actor. So it already has then a valid editor context. And here it does update values, and this update values essentially then runs also the update gizmo. And this update gizmo cam is just for show here right now. It doesn't, like, this is actually something that's more important when we have the interactive tools framework. But for now we don't have the interactive tools framework, so we can ignore that. Good. Next step. By the way, I'm not sure, does the interactive tools framework also have an undo system by its own, or do we have to have our own undo system? Because because we already have an undo system, so it would be fine. But if the interactive tool frameworks uses its own undo system, I'm not quite sure if we can handle that. Huh. That's something to think about at some point when we have to use it. When we're gonna use it. But for now we don't. So let's ignore that. So, as mentioned, we now should try to get the init editor, unload editor, and editor update functions to be actually used. For this, we have to go into the editor context, because the editor context only is the main thing that manages editor attributes and is relevant in an editor scope. It's the literal editor context. So where are you, editor contexto? There you are. So the problem is, you say set animation, I think, somewhere. Set scene. Boop. Set scene, you set the current frame, blah 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 blah, and there we go. You create the attributes, and what you then have to do is you're gonna have to run on each scene object the init thingamajig function. Everyone knows the init thingamajig function. So we're gonna have to cast it to an IFIC scene object, and with the IFIC scene object, we can then find we have downcasted it to a child class, and we can now call the init editor function, and this one's a context, so which is ourself. And there we go. Now we have initialized all the different scene objects. This initialization process can do whatever. It depends on the scene object. They can have complete control over what will happen. And in the camera's case, it creates actor that represents the camera positional location in 3D space. And inside of the editor, this also may draw like the green camera representation thingamajig, and later on gizmos and whatnot. So this is why this here exists. So this is the init editor. So that's why the init editor thingy is there. Next step is unloading the whole stuff. I'm not quite sure how unloading is handled right now. So if you have a look into, so you're gonna have to have a look into the editor. CPP file, please. There is an exit button. What it does, tries to get the FIC subsystem and then sets the active animation to null pointer. The active animation null pointer sets the editor context to hide editor, and the hide editor then does this. So first things first, we're gonna unload all the scene objects. So we go in here and we're gonna say scene object. I'm not quite sure. That's not what I wanted. U object. Come on. New object, scene, get scene objects, cast UFIC, no, AIFIC scene object, and then there is the unload editor. This. Okay, good. Makes sense, and maybe does this already want to have like it does. It already wants to have a scene. So show editor should only work if we have already a scene. So this here only should work if we have a scene. Okay. So maybe instead of when we set the active animation, instead of doing this here when we set the scene, we're gonna do that when we show the editor. Like here you can see the program flow is not really structured. This has to be refactored. It just simply has to. Anyway, there you go. And now there is one more function we have to care about. And that's the most tricky one, I think, to implement, which is the editor update function. The editor update function should happen if something relevant inside of the editor happens, like the values of the attribute base of the own object has changed. The current value of the editor attribute of the own scene object has changed, okay? So how can we exactly do that? Let's go and figure that out. So we have our so inside of our editor context, we're gonna have to encapsulate, I think, the all attributes and editor attributes a bit more. Right now we have one giant, we have multiple loops that handle different things. We're gonna have to make that a little bit more, use more functions. We have to make it more OOP-like, essentially. We made it OOP, so we're gonna have to force a little bit more OOP. So what we have to do is we go in here and we say void, and then we say, okay, give me that thing. So, or we want to, no, not give me. You know, sometimes you're thinking and you're already saying stuff and then you just say crap. That just happened. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add an attribute, essentially. Not an attribute, but we want to add a scene object. Okay? We want to add a scene object. The question here is the scene object already existent? Brainy G, welcome to the stream. Did you make a raid? Or or no, okay, you didn't. So you're not stream. Okay. Whew. I just thought my stuff is bonkers. How you doing? I'm doing fine. And my goodness, it's the first time you visited my chat, I guess. Just saw you streaming. Oh, okay. Making the fancy stuff? What do you mean I'm making the fancy stuff? First time? No? You mean streaming, or what do you mean first time? No, it's not my first time streaming. I've streamed for quite some time. Or what do you mean? Did I say it was first? Did it say I was a first time chatter? I'm actually not quite sure how. I don't have the Twitch chat open. I don't have the Twitch chat open, so I don't even know. I'm using, like, I'm restreaming also YouTube, so I'm using Restream, the chat of Restream, so I have both chats combined. So there's some Twitch specifics don't show. Oh, I think you said that I spoke for the first time. Sorry. No, I think, like, I don't remember you said hello in the stream. Like this, at least. And what do you mean, you're making the fancy stuff? The scene stuff that I mentioned, I told you about, yeah. I've been here before, at least I'm following. Huh, okay. I'm making the fancy stuff you mentioned? Yes, like essentially, like, I'm working on the basics, the deeper workings. If you wait for a bit, we may be able to put the game up and then have a look at the current state of progress. There is not much difference, but you will understand, I think, if I explain it to you. But right now it's just code. So at least let's say I have already an object system so that you can have multiple objects, and depending on what objects you have loaded, the UI also changes, as well as the attributes, e.g. the values you can animate and stuff, also get calculated properly. Right now I'm a little bit like some major data flow is a bit problematic right now, and this we're gonna figure out right now how to handle that. So, okay, so we're gonna have here a scene object. Have you got an animation in the background here? So this is a 24/7 live stream of a channel I really like. I have asked her via email. She didn't. Well, she can't. It's complicated how she responded, but essentially, this is a live stream. It's called Rail Cowgirl, who essentially just makes video recordings of how she drives trains through Norway, and I have this blurred in the background because I like trains. And I thought it's looking cool, so that's why it's there. So this is just a live stream. And I'm here just listening to part of why I try to fix Minecraft, but that is driving me crazy because of a single... DrachwaX usually does fixing either Minecraft mods or Factorio mods. Or he makes those, so... either one of those options it is. Or he plays with... No. Jersey... No, aren't you the one who plays always with Lugaloo? Or was it Jersey? I think it was you, right? But yeah, so like... especially that I have like this background, so that you have code here, and in the background you have something like an image, or in this case, a live stream. This is like one of my unique. I try to make this one of my unique selling points, you know, BrainDG. Some people are annoyed by that, but I think it's really cool and funny. So, okay, anyway. So our scene object. So I want to have a function to add a scene object now because of something. First of all, based on that, I want to check if the scene object already exists inside of the scene, okay? Get scene objects contains scene object. Because if that's not the case, I'm gonna have to edit. Obviously. Then I'm gonna have to add it to the scene objects, and they were pretty good. Casper Frank, long time no see! That's just what I wanted to say. And Parisius, what's going on today? Oh, welcome Parisius. Blame Panna. Why? What did I do? Tell me, what did I do? I just realized we're probably gonna stream today into my birthday. Ha, funny. It's not what you did, it's what you didn't do. And what did I not do? Hey, today I even got a Twitter announcement rolling out. I even made a Twitter announcement of the stream. So what could have not been done? I don't know, I'm just giving her grief. Well, thanks a lot. I have a break between semesters on uni, so I have a bit of time for you. I also have break now here in college, but like, even if there is college, I still stream. But like I don't go to parties and stuff, so maybe that's why I have so much time, I don't know. Okay, so if we do not contain this, I'm gonna have to edit. Is there a add scene object function? Yes, there is. Yeah, and afterwards I then have to do some magic. One of the magical things is when we is this show? No, I think it was set scene. Where is our set scene function? Here we iterate over all the scene objects and then do some magic there. I have to change it a bit. I'm gonna have to do this. So create the editor attribute and add it to the all attributes and add it to the editor attributes. This was a very important thing I wanted to do. And now there's one more thing. I'm the only non-manager IT guy. I'm supposed to be servers and networks. I've been doing desktop support a lot lately. I'm sorry for you. This is the worst kind of IT support, in my opinion. Doing desktop support. Holy shit. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is editor attribute. No, just normal attribute. So the important thing here is now I'm gonna have to add. There is like on or was it? There was. It should be in the. No wait. Wasn't there? I'm a bit confused right now. Hold on a second. There is an on value chain. Why? Why do I have to do weird things again? Holy shit, that's so stupid. Nobody wants that. Let that be, please let that be public. The better news, I've passed the CPP exam. Congratulations on that, I guess. I also know that I have passed the C exam, but I'm not sure about the other exams. We don't have any stats on that. Well, we got stats on the math exam, but just like so many people have these points and so many people have these points, but how many points you have, you don't know. So, yeah. I guess we're gonna have to wait till the 23rd, because then this should be. I think this is the date where all the grades get announced. So we're gonna see. Okay, so edit attribute base. So now we're gonna expose that here because why the frick not? And then we can say on value changed, and now I can like bind a lambda to it. This should be, hold on a second. It should be a multicast delegate, but it's not. Declare, why is it not a multicast delegate? Holy smokes. Multicast delegate, there you go. Gonna add a new multicast delegate. Gonna bind a, I'm not quite sure how that is. Add lambda. Yeah, that makes actually sense. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay, what are we gonna really, this bug is so confusing. Freaking random crisis. Okay. Sure. Drachwax. Okay. Okay. So if the value changed inside of our attribute, I then have to trigger the update event for our camera actor. Or no, not for our camera actor, but for our camera or scene object in this case. So I'm gonna say scene cast the scene object to an IFIC scene object like that. And then I'm gonna have to call editor update. And I'm gonna have to provide it ourselves. And the attribute. Like that. So we have to capture this. Attribute. And scene object. Holy smokes. Okay, there you go. And I just noticed, and I'm not quite sure how to handle that, we have to store some more information, and that is the delegate binding, so that we can remove it, because we're gonna add now a new function called remove scene object. So, and down here when we set the scene, instead of doing this stuff in here directly, we call add scene object, so that all of that stuff then happens for the new scene objects. Okay. And now we're gonna have to remove the scene object somehow. Or store, first of all, store the delegates so that we can then later on actually be able to remove the delegates again. Otherwise we would not be able to do that, and that would be no good. Actually, hold on a second. Attribute on value changed. Is there like a remove? Okay, no, you need a delegate handler. There is no way around, apparently. Can we? Okay, let's just add a new U object. U object. F delegate handle. Editor attribute. Delegate handles. What a funny name. It's lovely. And I'm gonna add that to scene object. Just like that. Okay. And now we need a new function, which is the inversion of this here essentially. Remove scene object. U object. Scene object. Okay, actually, I want to let me change that a little bit. I want to have a load scene object function. U object. Scene object. And I want to have a void unload scene object. U object. Scene object. So, because the load. Okay, so why I have now these functions instead. So what I want to do now is, let's say, load scene object only does essentially this sort of stuff. It creates the attributes, creates the delegate handles, blah, blah, blah. But add scene object also adds the scene object to the actual scene. So that means like this here is only relevant for the editor itself. And this function instead is also relevant for the actual data, or the actual animation data, you could say. Okay, so that you have different, so you have a differentiation there. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have to remove all of that stuff. Right now, our editor attributes, now all attributes don't have removals. They are not able to remove attributes right now. So we're gonna have to look into that at some point. Or editor attributes actually has, but not all attributes. We have to investigate that. And also right now, the all attributes is also incapable of having multiple attributes of the same object type. No multiple cameras right now, apparently. I just noticed. Let me add a to-do for that. To-do, all attributes support multiple objects of same type. Using get scene object name is a bad idea. Okay, so now we got editor attributes. And I'm gonna say remove scene object. Okay, so that's rather easy. Here we use the pointer of the scene object as index, so we can remove it right away. That's not a big deal. Same as for the delegate handles. So what are we gonna do here? Actually, when we remove this guy, we only get like how many we remove. That's not that good. Let's say edit. We say edit. Actually, we remove the editor attributes completely. So we so we don't even need this guy up here. Because like we add it to the attribute, but the attribute completely gets removed down here, so we don't really need the delegate handles. So okay. So like usually you would need that, but in our case you don't. Well, less work for us, isn't that great? And less data cluttery. Okay. And now we just simply remove the editor attribute, and now to do remove attribute from all attributes. Has to happen at some point, I guess. And there is no way of removing a scene object from a scene right now. So let's ignore that fact for now. Okay, and instead of using add scene object here, we're gonna use the load scene object function. Let's try it out, shall we? Randy G, if you still are here, maybe we are able to go into the editor. It's totally underwhelming what has happened, because there are also quite some bugs. But still. Like internally, a lot of stuff has changed, and that makes me so happy. Boop, 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 boop. So now we're gonna wait till the stuff is built. Doo-doo-pap-boo. Drachwax! We haven't talked about anime stuff for a long time. What are you up to right now? Tell me about it. I don't mean any this anime database thing. I mean proper reading web novels and stuff, or light novels, blah blah blah, thingamajig. Okay, apparently we're not able to go in-game right now because of reasons. Because it's... Oh, okay. Okay. I guess it's camera actor then. No, but that's not the case. Camera object? Maybe camera object will do the trick for us for now. Doop, doop. The video source, something is wrong with the settings, I think. I guess that should be better. It will reload now, but I think after that it should handle it a bit better. Okay, so what is the issue? Executive bound is no member of the T-Multicast delegate. Yeah, it's broadcast now. Because it's now multicast delegate and not single cast. Manga still done more random stuff since I don't have that much time, nor I'm motivated enough to move the main data that I still have on the old Windows system. That's a pain. Huh. Okay. BrainDG doesn't seem to be here anymore, huh? He left me without a note. Hello? Come on, it's just 5 actions. Oh, come on. Oh, attribute lambda. Yeah, that's... makes sense. I've changed that. Like, when I created the editor, I wasn't that good in Slate. So... like, you're always learning new stuff, and code gets a bit better, and like there are used attributes everywhere, like the T attributes from Slate, and that was garbage. It was pure garbage. So yeah, I had to refactor that. Now it's way more, the code bases are slimmer, look way better, more logical. It's so nice. What are you working on? So do you remember FicsIt-Cam? Do you remember FicsIt-Cam? So FicsIt, like in FicsIt-Cam, you were only able to like animate a camera, and that's about it. Well, I want to be able to edit more than just the camera. That's essentially what we're working on. So now I create a dynamic object system where you then have a list of objects inside of a scene, and then you can animate these objects, and these objects essentially consist of attribute groups, and each attribute group consists of further attribute groups or attributes or value attributes, and these value attributes are then essentially the values you can animate. There is a type conversion that's not working how I want it to. Okay, because there is a T-op. Oh, damn. Okay. No T-optional anymore. This is bullshit. Instead, I want FIC frame. Thank you very much. And yeah, and we're working on this scene object. On this scene object system. So yeah. And we are also refactoring a lot of the code base of FicsIt-Cam. We already have refactored a lot, and we already have implemented a lot of new stuff, especially in regards of this object system now. So yeah. So programmable spiders. This is hard to do, so I not for now, if ever. But I think of particle systems and sound effects. That's like one of the main ideas. At least for now. And what we're gonna do after that, I don't know. I probably also think of being able to animate lights. That would also be cool and make for some good stuff, and maybe some other interactions. So what kind of objects will we be able to animate? Yeah, as I said, for now, like multiple camera objects, particle systems, and sound effects, and I call it world settings, which is currently the only idea I have for that is like daytime. What is the issue here? Oh, unreally committed. E-text commit type. Got it. And after that, like if I create a good base system, I then can add more objects as I go along, and we will see what ideas of animatable objects I have. I said one idea would be like a world object manipulator or whatever, so that you can control some factory buildings or like lights or whatnot, or makes stuff invisible on command. But like for now, first of all is creating a good base system of which you then can expand upon. So turn off fart gas. I don't know. So this is just within an animation. So this is not like then it would change the world or whatever. But maybe? I don't know. But for now, as said, first new object that will be created is this world settings object, because that seems to be rather straightforward. And then the second type of object that will be added is particle systems. And then the third type of object will be sound effects. And what we will do after that, I don't know. I don't have a discoverability right now. I don't even have an ability to add new objects to a scene. So, inside of the editor at least. But like, if I make a dynamic discoverability, e.g. using reflection system, you then can, so you turn off the animations only. Yeah, only inside of animations you then do manipulations and stuff. This is what this mod is intended to be used for. But I'm like, maybe based on stuff I will learn, especially like getting the interactive tools framework up and running, which is one of the later stuff that has to happen. If we get it to working, this will be a great achievement. It allows me to create, based on that knowledge we gain by adding that, I can work on a new mod, a world edit mod. But for that I have to get interactive tools framework kind of running. The fuck? What is the issue? Oh. I can't get the world of ourselves. Well, that's not good. Why do we not have a world? Holy shit. Do I have to like say context and then like scene and then get world to be able to get access to the world? Editor, context, get scene, get world. So maybe that works. 10 minutes later, it works. Why? This is funny. The stream is for whatever reason more stable than the last couple of times, but I have a higher bitrate. Like previously I had like 5,900 and now I have 6,000. So, okay. Why not? Why not? Do 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 do. Zoop. Zoop. Doop-a-doop. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, we are an editor, guys. Look at that. Can you see that? We have a fuck you, which greets us very kindly there. And then we have here, like, this expandable area, which is the camera. Ooh, the camera. Great. So, first things first. Okay. So the green camera follows us around, which is exactly what we wanted. A bit after. But it follows us. Which is good. This is good. So that means the events get propagated properly. That's the important thing here. It's a bit framey though, when you move around. So there are a lot of events that apparently propagate through and that may cause some issues. At least that's how it looks to me right now. Yeah, and this is really not nice that the 3D camera is like so way off. It's a bit too much off in my opinion. Huh. By the way, does this... Oh, hold on, field of view doesn't work. Or does it, and I don't know. Okay. Huh? So it seems to kind of work, but also not quite. So it seems to only work when you use the update the stuff. but I very, very dislike this order of rendering here. I wish I could like change the order. So if the value updates, I then say camera actor update the values. This updates then the values accordingly. But what does the camera character do exactly again? So when a tick occurs, get first player controller. Okay, so yeah, it changes camera settings and whatnot. Wait. Here it does update values. But based on what does it do those? Either the camera character tells itself, or it happens here through update character values in the editor context. And I stopped fixing the MC mod today since that one actually managed to fuck up the wire state that it somehow works, but that it somehow doesn't work. I need to fix that right now. The mod that I'm fixing just is extension to another mod. Okay. Sure. Update character values. Set current frame. Then update values. This update value. Give me a second, because like this update value is a bit weird. So it says update value for editor attributes. This then calls the set value function, and the set value function then calls the on value changed broadcast. And the on value changed broadcast because this is now the problem I got here previously. That's not what I wanted. The thing is that if one of the children here has a on value changed, on value changed, so I want to add a lambda there. I want to call this on value changed too. On value changed. Like that. Okay. Okay. Oh. Odium, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How do you do? Long time no see. So, happy early birthday, my friend. Don't! Oh, thanks. Now I got bad luck. In Germany, it's not custom to wish a birthday before the actual day. Because it's then considered bad luck. Too late. Too late, Odium. You have in 2 more hours. 2 more hours, and then it's okay to say it. Do you have today birthday or what, Odium? It's in 6 months. Oh. Okay. Well, happy birthday, Odium. Thanks, man. Oh gosh, it's so stupid. I love it. So let's have a look. This is not good, that the field of view doesn't care. Oh, did I come back just in time? No, we were already here once more. But welcome back, BrainDG. Sorry for being so impatient. Yeah, for you to wish happy birthday 2 hours too early. My goodness, Odium. Okay. Wait, it's your birthday? Yes. In about 2 hours. Oh. Yes, okay, so that worked. Our change actually worked. The rendering of the camera doesn't lag behind anymore. That's neat. I love it. Is it still so framey when moving around? Yes, it's still, for whatever reason, so weird. Ruggly. I don't know why. It's a bit weird. I have no clue why the movement is so weird, honestly. It seems like there is some kind of update event loop somewhere that propagates a long time, but for whatever reason stops at some point. Like I would say, okay, if there is an infinite loop or whatever, it's rather obvious then. But apparently there is none. It's just a very long update loop. I don't know, or it's just my imagination. Okay, happy birthday, even. No, BrainDG, you also no. It's considered bad luck in Germany if you wish someone birthday before that day actually has arrived. So you too. Odium just did that, and now you too. But I said Eve. But birthday Eve is then still, I think, considered rather on the actual day. Isn't it a loophole? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, so BrainDG, ignore that fuck you message. That was just for debug purposes. So you can see, like, you have here expandable area, and this is essentially one object added to the scene, which is a camera object right now. And that's about it. I've been here since the beginning, but yeah, a bit annoyed by the MC that I was trying to fix before. I tried to loophole it with be earlying it. Gosh. What are we talking about here? So, okay. If I click a Z button, we still have... Ah! Huh? Why are these still purple and this guy here is orange? Why? Why are they always purple? Something is wrong with those keyframes. Holy shit. With those keyframe controls. They simply don't care because I'm here. I don't think that's the reason, but if you say so, I'm gonna believe you. Huh. Okay, so this is certainly an issue. I don't know why, but this is certainly an issue. And another issue is that, like, changing the field of view value, like, nothing happens. Like, nothing. Does change? Okay, and changing the position value here would want to change the camera, but it doesn't affect the camera character. And that results in being shitty. I got it. I just joined, hence the greeting. I hope you can change the frustration into motivation. Yeah. This here doesn't want to work right now, since I'm a bit frustrated. And how does rotation? Oh, rotation also doesn't care. So that's so this is probably somehow connected. Oh, right, I have an idea. So this here, update values. And for that we have update character values. And then we go in there and we say, we go into our FIC camera. And then we say, okay, if the value updates, if our value changes, we then also say update camera values. But that only is the case if we are actually the valid ones. So editor context, get active camera. Gert. Who is Gert? Not me. Okay, I think that should be it. Gert is a Dutch guy. Ah, that's why. Okay, got it. Okay, so now why are these controls so weird? So we are now at this point. Okay, hold on. If I remove them, okay, and I add them, they are right away purple for whatever reason. If I now change the keyframes, they are orange. Why? Like, adding keyframe data here somehow doesn't change the current value of the attribute. Why? That's the question. Why? So I would say let's go into the camera keyframe control. Keyframe control. That's the thing that causes some trouble here. So welcome to the keyframe control, my lovely guys. Let's check out something that could cause a problem. And that is on mouse button down. So in the on mouse button down, we are like detecting a drag. Okay, on mouse button up. Pioneering! Welcome to the stream. So in here we have the affecting button. If the affecting button was a left mouse click and it's not a double click, what you're gonna do then is you say weird things. Wow, appreciate it. So recalculate all keyframes, and recalculate all keyframes should cause an on update. And an on update should cause values to update. Like our own value. But I don't know how that affects us. It's a bit weird. I mean, like our... So like if you... The weird thing is that if you go in the editor, let's check out the editor pretty quickly. So this guy has a on key down function. And then there is previous frame and next frame, for example. You then call the set current frame function. And this then triggers the update value for all the different attributes. Do I have to do that ourselves over there? But I thought like recalculate all... Huh. I think now I got an idea why it's so weird. So recalculate all keyframes on an attribute, recalculate all the keyframes, but that means it then triggers an on update event. The on update event can be like can be recognized essentially by maybe the editor context. It's a bit hard or weird, and then based on that, so if such a value has changed, if the editor context realizes, hold on, the value has changed, something has internally changed, I then have to trigger a redraw of everything. Gonna have to do some stuff. I'm starting to learn C++. That's always a good idea. Polyvoid, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. The kind that you use for math, not UE4. What is C++? What is the kind of C++ you use for math? What are you? How do I have to understand it? Do you mean like standard C++, or do you mean like GLM? Or what do you mean? Standard. Okay. Okay, so okay, my idea right now, guys, is that when we set up our attributes in our editor context, load scene object over here, we go through all the attributes. So we take the attribute, and then we add something to the on value changed. But we should probably also add something to the attribute. Get attribute. This get attribute returns us the data attribute. So we have editor attributes and data attributes essentially. And this get attribute here gets us the data attribute. And now we then access the on update event there, and we add a delegate there. We add a lambda. So we now need the delegates. These delegate handles map we added previously but didn't need to, but here we need it because the data persists. And what we're gonna do here when we realize, hold on, update has been triggered, in our case, our values have changed, we're gonna have to update our own value now. So that means we're gonna say attribute update value with the current frame. Okay, that's essentially what you have to do. Attribute and this. So you need to capture this to be able to use get current frame, and need to capture attribute to be able to access attribute over there. This is just simply function. This is like then a closure. This is simple like functional lambda functions of C++. We then have to specify what references have to be copied into the closure that can be then later on used. Like copied local variables essentially. Because they get encapsulated into a small little data structure, the closure that is then loaded every time you run this function. This anonymous function there. Okay, and now to the topic we mentioned previously. So if you add an attribute to our on update here, this lambda will always be triggered. The problem is, what happens if our editor context gets destroyed? This obviously can be the case, because the attribute we get through the get attribute here is the data attribute of the scene, and the scene always exists. So, but not the editor context. The editor context only exists if you're in the editor. So you open up a scene in the editor, this lambda will be added. And you then close the editor again, this lambda is still added to the data scene. And that means if you then reopen up the editor, a second lambda function will be added here, but with a different this pointer and stuff. And that means if now an update happens, the on update event calls both lambdas, the second one and the first one. But the problem is the first one still has a reference to the previous editor context, which doesn't exist anymore. That results in a memory access violation and a crash. So what we have to do is we have to remove the lambda function from our onUpdate event when the editor context gets closed, or in our case, when we unload the scene object. And for that, to be able to remove it, we have to store the reference to the, you get a reference out of this when you add a lambda there, and we have to store that so that we can then later on use it down here to remove it again. So how do we do that? First of all, we're gonna have to add a map. Not like that. We go in here, we're gonna add a new map, where we map a U object, which is our scene object, to a fDelegate handle. Delegate handle, which is essentially the reference. Let's call this all editor attribute delegate handles. No. attribute on update delegate handles. Data attribute on update delegate handles. What a lovely name. Okay. And we're gonna add those. Boop. Scene object. And close. Unfortunately, it's 23:24 for me, and I got school tomorrow. Good night. For when it's night for you, I'm talking to you. Thank you for tuning in, Pioneering. Have a good night of sleep, and see you next time. I hope it's on Thursday. So, okay, let's go in here. Data attribute on update delegates, and we're gonna remove. No, actually, hold on a second. Scene object, I think. And before we do anything weird, we say edit. Okay, this is weird. So, editor attributes. Scene object. So now we essentially get attribute because we have stored this here in editor attributes with the key scene object, and now we get that based on the key scene object, and now we access again the get attribute, so we get a reference to the data attribute. This hasn't changed, and then we're gonna say on update, and now we say remove update remove, and now we have to provide the delegate handle, which we get through this here, data attribute on update delegate handles with the key scene object, and remove that crap. And what we have to do now is have to remove the entry in the editor attributes and the data attribute on update delegate handles. And with that, we have cleared up everything, and we should not have any access violation anymore if you close the editor. Have a super duper tomorrow. Oh, wait. I thought you were going. No, I'm not going. It's Pioneering. I don't have school tomorrow. I have school free for about a month. College free. I'm probably gonna stream till, I guess, 1 AM. I think. Probably. Something around that. Maybe we're gonna end a little bit earlier than 1 AM, but I think 1 AM. Talking about, like, I think it was CET +1, I think, is my time zone. I'm not quite sure what my time zone is. I think it's CET +1. German time zone. God, I get confused easily. Everyone does. For NG, don't you worry, everyone does. Amsterdam, Berlin, Paris. Yeah, but this is not this doesn't really say much. Damn you, Panna! I still have this week, and then only the next week. It's free, but after that again, back tomorrow. Damn it. But after that, again, back to work, damn it. I know, but then CT also doesn't mean much to me either. But CET is like standardized. The other are just locations on a map. But like CET is properly standardized. There's a great video from Tom Scott about time zones. I can just recommend it. Yeah, time zones are strange. Yes, they are. Please. Yes! The field of view! Look at it! Look at it go! Isn't it lovely? Yoo-hoo, we have inverted the view. Ah, cool. Let's go even further than that. Yoo-hoo, we are back again. Oh my goodness. I love it. I absolutely love it. Oh, look at that. It's completely broken. Ah, nice. Good times, good times. Okay. So we are now over here. So these keyframe controls don't work properly. So those are inside of a vector editor. So we're gonna have a look at that. So we can pinpoint it a bit down, because the other ones work. It's just like inside a subgroup, or which is the problem, or that they are inside that this is inside a vector editor. No, it's not because they are inside of a subgroup, because field of view is inside of the subgroup lens settings and they work. So it's probably because they are inside of the vector editor, and I have recently changed some stuff in that regard, so this may actually be the reason. So yeah. Okay, for now, let me add a keyframe there. And everything is orange, hooray! Because like previously all the stuff was purple, now everything is orange, just as we want to. Wonderful. Or GMT. GMT is bullshit. Greenwich time. No. Just joking. Just joking. So yeah. I'm not quite, so like this here is still a bit weird, which needs to be investigated. Why is this so unsmooth? Hassa. By the way, brain, what? Did I dream this, or did you also add escape as a way to cancel the animation? To cancel an animation. I don't remember adding it intentionally. I have intentionally added it that you can escape out of here to get your cursor back, but when you play an animation, I have not intentionally added escape for you to cancel the animation. Because C normally yes, C normally cancels that. The game is running like shit. Oh, for you guys, no wait. So like, it's oh, okay. So the preview, is the preview actually that frame? That's the bug where the chat was open and I couldn't cancel it. Yeah, I mean, I should have removed. So that issue, if I understood it right. Yeah, I mean that fixed something else. So like I completely disabled any interaction, standard interactions essentially, with the game, and only then mapped our interactions. So I'm not quite sure. I don't remember adding escape there, but I maybe have, but I'm not quite sure. The main menu from this end also looks choppy. I mean, this may be because it's rather small, and due to my high screen display and then bit of compression, and maybe it looks different on Twitch. I'm not quite sure. You mean like Python? Stop it. But like, it's not like, so like, is this fire, the smoke animation running smoothly for you guys? Or like the leaves that wave in the wind. It's not choppy. Okay, but like if you but wouldn't say it's smooth. Yeah, but that's just my system, I think. But like my problem is like if you fly right now like this seems to be rather choppy. And I'm not quite sure why. Like on YouTube it has stutters. Yeah, that's then probably YouTube. It's not sure if it's real time. Yeah, I mean if it's, okay, like this here is standard, okay? This is standard, I guess. But like my problem is like in my view right now, this, if I fly around, this is weirdly choppy. You could say. It's weird how choppy that is. And I'm not sure why. What is causing this here to behave so weirdly? I have to investigate that somehow at some point. Well, anyway, for now, let's try to fix the vector editor there. And what we also maybe want to fix is this guy here, the tree view, because I cannot expand further subgroups here. So like position should have like X, Y, and Z. Like they work. I can check those. Then I see all of them, but I can't check them individually, which is not good. So I'm gonna have to investigate that, why that doesn't work. Also, fit all doesn't do fit all. It does add some more space. Well, okay, it does fit all and add some more space. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. And that's not good. So, yeah. But like the rest view, that works. That's really cool. And we don't have any colors here in our editor graph right now. That's also something we're gonna have to investigate. But that should be rather easy, adding colors here. That should be rather easy. Okay. Let's do those colors right away, because that's really easy. For that, we're gonna have to check out the attribute position CPP. Because that guy, like, has here the create editor attribute thingy-majig that creates the editor attributes, and you have here like now a base, and what you can do. So this space is a group, so we can now call this get function, and this should then return as a tfig editor attribute based off a fig attribute float attribute. And what we should be and we have to call it x. So we're in position, so this should be x. And then we can like say graph color, and then we can change this to like f color red in this case. Now we can repeat that, so we have now green and blue for x, y, and z. And now we're gonna have to do the same thing for the rotation there. Pitch, yaw, and roll. And up here, I'm gonna change those colors a bit. And the names also change. So this is now pitch, yaw, and roll. red, green, blue. Next up, the vector editor. The vector editor is in UI. Vector editor. Not quite sure why they don't work as I want them to. So I get I get the attribute pointers. Why do I get them as pointers? Why not as t-shirt pointers? Is this of any relevance? It could be of any relevance, but it doesn't have to. So like if you have a look at the position, when you create our editor attribute, we override the create attribute details widget. Here we create a new horizontal box where we create a keyframe control for the base. Okay, and then here we create one for the X, for the Y, and for the Z coordinates. Editor attributes. Show keyframe controls and auto keyframe. Found it. I think I found it. We do not... No, it doesn't care about that. Frame? No, it does. There you go. We don't provide the current frame. Not good. So we have to capture the context. And then we're gonna have to simply run a return context get current frame. Because that's what we care about. And bam. And now we're gonna have to do the same over here. And that should fix this issue. Next issue was in the timeline. The timeline has a tree view on generator row, creates a checkbox, and it does some weird stuff here. So it iterates over the children and stuff. Has check child. On generate row. I mean, okay, generate row. I think that's good. Children. Get children. There you go. Get child attributes. And then out array. Editor attribute reference. Attribute key. Why is this weird? Why is it not using a t-shirt pointer? I'm gonna make it use a t-shirt ref. I mean, I can't see the point of using a raw pointer here. And a t-shirt ref is always better. Not sure. Won't nobody think of the children? No, nobody thinks of the children. It's a bit weird why we... Okay, sometimes confusion, sometimes not. Whatever. So this is the out array, so this is the children. Right, otherwise we would not have the drop downs there. So maybe it's indeed is something wrong with our content here, but we have a checkbox. And you have everything you need. T shared ref. T shared ref. Maybe because none of the children has the showing graph option activated. Maybe that's why. The showing graph option is part of an editor attribute base. And when you have a group attribute, so you have here like create editor attribute. It creates the super create editor attribute. And this guy then creates it that way. It doesn't provide this for whatever reason. This is weird. Okay. Okay, so you want a t-shared ref FIC editor attribute. Actually, hold on a second. What am I doing? I think we only need that information in the actual value ones. EG over here. There should be somewhere a no, wait. Not in there. Attribute float. Recalculate keyframe. Create editor attribute, there it is. And this creates a shared. And what we're gonna make is we're gonna say, okay, we have a T shared pointer. T shared PTR. PTR, and this is the editor attribute. Dropping off to spend some time with GF. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you so much for tuning in, BrainDG. I would love to have you here at some other point again. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. And I see ya. Bye bye. And probably also in one of your streams. So, okay, editor attribute with blur. I hope with blur. With blur would be great. I would love with blur. I mean, depth of field. Yeah, I know. I would love if you do with blur. Editor. Well, on Reddit, someone is for whatever reason not able to get the blur working. I don't know why, but he said he has some issues with it. I'm not sure if you have. Have you got blur working or? I have it working. That's okay. Yeah, I don't know. So, be showing graph. True. Return editor attribute. This is no good. This has to be a ref. So return editor attribute. What's the issue? Oh yeah, the previous one, which we already fixed. Doom, 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 doom. Hmm? Boop. So I would say let's change a bit the music from lo-fi to some synthwave. Nice. That's like I in my brain this song is connected with Decoba. This is just how it is. This is the Decoba music. I mean, after all, I got these music resources from Decoba, but like this particular song and like two others are like the Decoba music in my head, at least. It's so funny. Okay. So, what's the issue? Conversion of one argument to an t-shared ref, not possible. No, in pointer reference, what the frick? T-shared ref. T-shared ref. FicsIt editor attribute base. There you go. T-shared ref. I mean, I like that song. Ooh, what's that? That sounds also not that bad. So, t-shirt ref. There we go. There you go. No, wait a second, hold on. Find keyframe control based on a t-shirt ref. I say then child and then get attribute. And this get attribute returns attribute base. Not good, not good, not good. This should be a t-shirt ref. T-shirt ref. Oh, and this here should be a FIC frame. I mean, this is a rather new convention, you could say, in my program here. That the editor attribute that the editor attributes all should be shared pointers. T-shirt ref. This is rather new. So I can see from where the confusion comes from. Let's go. Ah, shit. This here has to be a pointer. I can see why. Damn it. Where creates this a conflict? Down here, apparently. Two-shot ref. By the way, has someone some free time and could research something for me? Please. How are you supposed to how the deprecation flag for U properties etc. works in Unreal Engine? So, maybe that works, maybe it doesn't, we will see. Construct. Two shared ref. Two shared ref. And two shared ref. There you go. Hmm. That's also not G shared ref. I need to get into the editor attribute base because there is this guy, and here we have the keyframe control for that guy, which doesn't work as intended. I need shared this, and that means I'm gonna go into there, into the editor attribute base, and I make this here T shared from this. And this means I can, and this means that I can create always reference the reference counter for the smart pointers whenever I have a pointer to that object. So even if I have just a raw pointer, I can then get back a reference to the reference counter, because it actually is then essentially stored inside of the editor attribute base. And that means I can like get a shared pointer from ourselves, from this. That's why I shared this. It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful. Something, not many. No. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, boy, boy. So we have construct. What? T-shirt ref. Ah, over here. Okay. Sure. So when we patched out most of these bugs here, the next step would be that we're gonna work on the that we're gonna work a bit more on the object outliner, which is where this expandable area in the editor was. Because right now this is hard. This is rather hard-coded, you could say. So we create like we use a vertical box there, but what we probably should use instead is a list view or whatever. Oh, and also we need to have a delegate in our editor context for when a new scene object gets added or removed. We need that so that the list view as well as this editor, or if we keep the horizontal box, that those can update properly. So that they can update what they show and we can be happy then. Also, at some point then we're gonna have to work on like drag and drop shit and adding new objects, whatever. Magical stuff, you could say. Over here. So right now, yeah, this here is exactly that. So this here is like the outliner. This is just a vertical box here inside of the editor here, where we then just simply add here the details editor. Here. So, not that great. Oh, and also, okay, before we even work on that, we're gonna have to make sure, we're gonna have to change the storage container for the scene objects. Because right now, the storage container for the scene objects, no, actually, that's not the case. Somewhere there was an issue with a bad idea for the because we use the names for something, which is not good, which we have to change. Right, for the all attributes. We have to create a new group attribute kind, which I call root or whatever, where we then store all of that stuff in there without names. Maybe with names? I don't think so. Vector editor construct. In the attribute position. What? Vector editor. Huh? But our vector editor declarative syntax in t-shared ref t-shared ref editor attribute figfloat attribute. From T in t-shared ref, not possible. Huh? Yeah, I mean, but T is a T-fig editor. Oh! now I get it. This guy wants editor attribute, float attribute. I guess doesn't help. Cost shared ref. Couldn't match type t-shirt ref. What's against editor attribute base? Is there a way for me to maybe get ref? Shared ref. Ta-da! How about that? Base. Get ref. Attribute position. How about that? What? Oh. There you go. So, looking way better now. So let's... Damn it! Doesn't work. Expanding that shit doesn't work. But we have colors now. That is good. And it seems like the vector key, the vector editor also works now. Great, lovely. This is good. This is really, really good. Okay, well, that's not good. Holy shit, what the fuck? Okay. Well. Understandable, okay. Oh, so it doesn't work. No, it doesn't. And welcome, Logolo, to the stream. So why can we not expand that shit here? So this is stuff inside of the timeline, I think. To me, it seems like it's related to the generate row thing here. Yeah, it tries to create a new table row with some content. Author is one of German superstition, so might a boo boo. Yes. Why? What happened? Come on! I can only explain in half an hour. Oh, okay. Before that, I would make the same mistake again. I think you can talk about it. That's fine. On generate row, we create that, and we're gonna have the checkbox. Checkbox state, check state change. What are leaf attributes? Oh, those are the leaf attributes. Okay. Okay, but what do you do then not working? In general, it's considered bad luck when someone as you before the actual birth, and I went and did that. Okay, that's a weird thing, but okay. So I guess you were right, Lugaloo. There's something to do. Want something or something? What? Okay. Please. Why? Why does this not work? Why does this not work? Why? Why you doing this to me? Showing graph. Oh, so this showing graph actually is useless in this case. This showing, okay. So we shouldn't have changed that. It's stupid to do so. I got it. Where is our float attribute? Attribute floater. Get child attributes, iterate over the attributes, and add them to the out attribute, to the out array. Yes. but why? Why does you not work? Why do you not work as I wanted to work? Please tell me that. Please tell me that. I want to know why you don't work. I mean, the weirdest thing is it recognized them in the leaf attributes, otherwise the thing would not work, they would not be shown in the graph editor. But they don't appear in the tree view. For whatever reason. It's weird. Guys, we'll make a short break and we'll be right back, and hopefully with a bit of fresh mind we can figure out why it doesn't work. See you in a moment. Becker. Yes. From the bakery. Boop. So, why do you not work? Please tell me. Why do you not work? Please tell me. Why do you not work? Please tell me. Yes, please tell me. Yes, please tell me. Why are you not working? Why are you not working right now? Because I didn't want to work. Bad, Lugaloo. Bad. Have you tried switching it off and on? Off and... Oh, forget it. Wait. Do we have maybe something on log? I don't think so. Nope. And if we have update leaf attributes, that runs based on the child attributes. Otherwise, we don't have the leaves. So what do we do here? We essentially iterate over all attributes. Oh wait, so that's the add leaves function. And what we do in here is we check if the attribute we have is a leaf attribute. And if that's the case, we add it to the selected leaf attribute and the showing graph option is activated. Then we run the select leaf attributes. And then we run a loop over all the child attributes. And then add the leaves. Like that. And we do that for every attribute. And through that we catch all the leaf attributes. And out comes everything we want. And I mean, the graph view then shows those attributes. So I don't think it's the so like it's something inside of the tree view that causes those subchilds to be destroyed essentially. And I don't know why. So the attribute we get is the position attribute. Okay, so wait, we are creating the position attribute. And now we're creating the rotation attribute. And now the lens settings. And now we ignore the rest. Why do we do that? So we have a look at the oh wait. So now we are looking at the position entry. We get the attribute and then the child attributes. Position X. We have now the X attribute. And now it's added to the out array. We have now an entry in the out array. Come on. Entry in the out array. Name X. And the attribute is X attribute. Why? Why? Unreal Engine Slate Tree View not expanding. Why do subnodes not expand? Oh. Not happy with that though. So the idea was here, I have here a children array essentially. And then I'm gonna add a bool be children loaded false, and then I add here a function I'm gonna call get children. And what it does is pretty simple. It does this here. Just with children. Attribute. But it only does that if be children loaded is not set. Then it does be children loaded true. And it ends, and then here returns all children. Okay, and now we have to go down again, and then we just simply say out array equals in entry children, get children. So and yeah, I hope we have that fixed now, and then we can work on the new holder for the attribute list, or the new name for attribute for the objects. So holder for the scene objects and new scene object names. Maybe this will work. So let's load that thing. Da boo doo da boo doo ba da ba oop. Doop 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 boop boop boop. So how are we gonna do that? Okie dokie, come on. Can do that. Yes! There it is, guys. Yes, wonderful. It's a wonderful life. Nice. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So, pretty much everything of the new system. So, well, on the side, it's an amazing. The side, the main menu reached an amazing 5 FPS. What is the main menu? Do you mean this here? This is the details panel. This is the details panel. This here is the viewport. This here, all of that is the timeline panel. Then you have the timeline details over here. Then you have the timeline scrubber and timeline range selector here. And then you have the graph view down here. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Panna Cotta, happy birthday to you. But thank you, Odium. Thank you very much. And now it's... Now you can say it. Then anyway, I load the game. Oh, you mean in... Wait, huh? I mean, oh, so like when I started up the game, you mean? I mean, yeah, that happens. Because it's loading up stuff. So it doesn't wonder me. Okay, so now with this here again working, So what did it say? What has to be done now? So we have to have a new naming system for the different for the scene objects. I remember that. And we need we maybe need to make the scene objects be in a list view, but this doesn't need to be there necessarily. But what we want to have is being able to add new scene objects and remove scene objects. So that is the next thing we have to have a look at. You could say. So how are we gonna do that? Okay, how are we gonna do that? Also, why is this force resolution not working properly? Oh, because we didn't use a cinematic camera. Okay. Bullet time seems to work. That's good. Bullet time is always good if it works. This is wonderful. Okay, okay. Does this here work? Yes, it's slow, but that's because the FPS are just 10 FPS. So if we're gonna increase that, we have some better time. Maybe too many update events happen, I don't know. Maybe it's just because OBS is running, that's why it's a bit laggy for me. I'm gonna have to investigate there on how to optimize that a little bit better, I guess. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't have any, like, if I don't have any loops, it's not that problematic what happens here. For now, I would say name changes, maybe making them editable. That would be good. Or maybe we just, yeah, let's just use UI GUIDs. They should have GUIDs. Okay, so let's close everything. Okay, wait, close all tabs. First, let's commit. That's always good. And I mean, we have a lot of changes here, so let's stage all, and then like undo all the changes we don't want to stage. For example, this test diff we do not want, the keyframes view.h, and the keyframes view CPP we do not want, but we want the rest. Okay, so what is this here? This is bug fixes and other stuff. Okay, bug fixes and other stuff. Good. Next is we're gonna have to invest. So next thing was editor context and our load scene object. By the way, load scene object, there you go. Okay, load scene object. We're gonna go through here and I say get root attribute, editor attribute, editor attribute, add lambda, blah blah blah. So here we use scene object. Oh, and here we use scene object name. So what I want to use instead is scene object get. There should be there get unique ID. Returns the unique ID of the object. These are reused. It's only unique while the object is alive. Useful as a tag. Yeah, the scene object is essentially always alive as long as the editor is alive, so we can use that. We can easily use that, but we need to convert that to a string, so let's do that pretty quickly. From int. I mean, I just want to add those. The names do not matter in our case. Next is the how is it called? The timeline again, because the timeline currently based for the attributes, it doesn't use a function I wanted to use. So you can see it uses the attribute key over here. I don't want that, so I want to use the context get scene get editor attributes like that. Guys, give me a second. Have a great day, my friend. I gotta go. Thanks for the stream and for the mods and all the effort you put into it. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you can tune in on Thursday too. So see you then and bye bye. And guys, give me a second. Okay, so who is actually still here? Casper, are you still here? Drachwax, Lugaloo? Alright, okay, well, Nice to have you still here. Attribute. Attributal dude. So this is now UObject instead, because then I can say cast if I see scene object attribute.key, and then I can say get scene object name. Which is really handy. Oh yeah, I definitely... Okay, I just realized something for whatever reason. We need to make it an editor list, our outliner. Not an editor list, a list view. Our outliner needs to be a list view. Why? Because you need to be able to, or you should be able to select an entry essentially for making it view. Actually, the details panel would also change then. Then I would say I make an outliner view where I just list the different things, and then you select it, and then it displays the details accordingly. It would make much more sense than using the like using an expandable area there. Huh. I guess that's what we're gonna do then. Because it makes simply a bit more sense. Okay. There we go. So now we have to go to the add attribute, because we now have to add an remove attribute function essentially. Remove attribute string in name. Void remove child attribute. I don't want an inline definition. But I do not want an inline definition. I want a normal definition. There you go. Children remove name. Attributes remove in name group attribute remove child attribute. And I just noticed something. It should be fine. Okay, and now we have that. Remove attribute from all attributes. All attributes. Remove attribute. F string from int scene object get unique ID, and that's it. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to go over to our details. So we add a vertical box. So we have a vertical box, and in there we have a vertical box. And then we have these settings. And this vertical box is the details. Just the details. So I want to change that now. So I again want to have this here. I have to change that up a little bit because I need multiple entries. There you go. So over here I want to have an add button essentially. So as new as button text f text from string add, and then I want an on clicked, and I want to do some magic there. For example, let's say context, add scene object, new object, UFIC camera. Bam. That's it. Nothing more. Then I want to have... Okay, I guess... So then in here I want to have the list view as new as list view t-shirt PTR to FicsIt scene object reference plus FicsIt scene object reference struct t-shirt, and what I want to have is a UFS U object scene object. I don't want more. That's everything. I just need a t-shirt pointer that holds something, and I want to have this as structure and not just directly the pointer. And then I'm already happy. So, and in here we got the list view. And here, this is now a bit more interesting because we don't put something directly in here, I would say. Instead, we're gonna expose this slot. We're gonna have to start it inside of the FIC details directly. So this here is a vertical box F slot, and this is the scene object details slot. What a beautiful name. I'm gonna default set it to null pointer. Yeah. So now we're gonna go back and we're gonna expose it into there. Okay. And then we have void select scene object. And we need a U object for that, which is the scene object. And this here essentially then creates the goes in there and then says, okay, we have the scene object detail slot, and then we like have to change the content there. So widget, attach widget. Okay, and then you say, so if the scene object, we need the root object of the scene object now. So we just have to do what we do up here. Okay, yeah, so you do this. You just do this, and then you're good. Oh, okay, hold on. We also need to add a key, the keyframe control to it. For everything. Not sure about that. Seriously, I'm not sure about that. Where could we reasonably place this guy? I mean, we could add it in the list entry, in the list view entry. Let's add it into the list view entry. We are funny today. Okay, so we got attach widget, and then we just right away go with this. And you want the scene object there. And that's it? You don't need more. Oh, okay, well, no, you need more. You get this guy then. And now you say create details widget. Okay. So, okay, now we have to have a storage, a list, a source for the list view containing all the different t-shared pointers to FIC scene object references. Okay, so these are this is the scene object list. Bam! What a name! And we're gonna need a according function, update scene object list, that just simply updates the scene object list. Obviously. And what it does, it iterates over the objects. Also the attributes, no, just the object, which is the scene object inside of the editor context, just context, and then gets scene objects. So we're gonna just simply iterate over those, and then for each scene object, you say scene object list at make shared FIC scene object reference, and we provide a scene object, and that's about it. There is not more to do. It's just that this guy doesn't have a constructor for that. So let's add one. Scene object reference u object scene in scene object scene object in scene object, and we're gonna add a default, make it be able to default construct, and we're good to go. And now last thing is scene object list. We have to clean it up, so we're gonna have to empty it. So create details widget. Oh, you want the context. Okay, you get the context if you want the context, and there you go. Now, with everything out of the way, we can now scroll up to our list view, because now we have to actually create the children, tell it that we have the source, make sure that you can select things singularly, and do magic. Okay, so list view, there you go. So first of all, you need the item source, list item source. Do you need a pointer to it? Yes, you need a pointer to it. The pointer is scene object list. So now you want... So there is on selection changed, which is good because that's what we want. And we changed that so that we can then say select scene object. We probably get a t-shared ptr ffic scene object reference selected object, and then we say selected object and say scene object with this. And next up is we have on mouse button click, list view scrolled, key down handler. Well, key down handler is more interesting because like removing entries. On item to string, wait, what? On item to string debug, okay. Scroll into view, selectable or navigable. On is selectable or navigable. Oh, you can differentiate there? Okay, that's interesting. But we need generate row. So that's a very important one because we need to create the content. But there is also a different one which is interesting for us, I think. Header row? Not that, but still. Interesting. Fix lens for anime. Enable animated scroll. No. Allow over scroll. Clear selection on click. On key down handler, list view scroll, mouse button click, double click, row release, selection changed, orientation, scroll, selection mode, there it is. Selection mode. What is this? E-selection mode. Heh. E-selection mode. Multi, none, single. Not toggle, but single. So one has to be selected, essentially. If I understand it correctly. Okay, and on generate row. This is a bit interesting because I'm not quite sure how it works. Or what it expects from me. You have an argument type, okay. And then you have this guy. And you have a return t-shirt ref I table row. Okay. So this here is the base. Essentially the table view itself. So this is the table view itself. You also get a t-shirt, obviously. T-shirt pointed to the scene object reference you actually want to like create a row for, and you then have to return such a row entry, item list entry, where I don't quite remember how that clause is called on a generate row. Just gonna copy that over here. Because we can! Editor attribute reference, that's not what we work here for. There you go. Okay. And now you can declare different things like content. And our content in this case is just an as new as text block. Actually, no, it's not. We have we need a horizontal box here. As horizontal box, and this consists of multiple things. Multiple entries, so horizontal 2 to be precise. Slot. The first one is the text block with a text, f text from string. That is cast fic scene object, scene object, scene object, get scene object name. So many scene objects here. Oh, this is already text, so maybe we want to do it that way. So that's the first entry in our horizontal box, and then we want to have a second entry. Horizontal box slot. This has an outer width, padding of 5, padding 5, v-align, v-align, center, age-align, age-align, center, and that is... What am I doing? Boop, boop. And this here is supposed to be a keyframe control. This keyframe control, to be precise. Boop. There you go. So we have to capture this. And this here is scene object, scene object. Okay, and then this here is fill with 1, and we have vertical alignment with v-align center. So what is the issue here? Oh, we need to capture this again. Okay, and that should have done the trick. So we don't need this here anymore. And we don't need outliner anymore. Let's try it out, shall we? Guys, we're also gonna end the stream very pretty soon. You could consider this my birthday stream. Like, I actually wanted to stream here on Wednesday to make a proper birthday stream, but nope. Due to some IRL stuff, that didn't work out. That didn't work as planned. So... Yay! Also, Hyperbolica releases very soon. What's that? That's a cool game from Code Parade, which is a game that centers around non-Euclidean space. Like, no, not Portal stuff, like proper non-Euclidean space. Very cool, very cool, very interesting. That's hard to make. Yes. he made more or less. He explained a lot on how the hyperbolic stuff in there works in YouTube series. So he essentially played around with that and then he expanded it on to make a proper game out of it, essentially. And talked a bit about the difficulties and stuff. He did devlogs? Kinda. Not proper, but more technical devlogs, you could say. Yeah. Yeah, he did. Like later on that where he just essentially had to create content and make stuff more stable and stuff, blah blah blah. There were less devlogs about it, but like before that he made like 5 videos or whatever about hyperbolic space and stuff and how you do that sort of things, how that stuff is implemented, etc. And then he also made one additional devlog about his dialogue system. Kind of like Sebastian Legg in the Coding Adventures series, more in depth method how he did. I don't think it's that far off of the Coding Adventures. I don't think it's that far off. I don't quite remember how he did it exactly. I think maybe it was even less detailed. I'm not quite sure. It's similar to the Coding Adventures. The channel is called Code Parade. If you just search for Hyperbolica, you will find the channel. So what is the issue? Select info, That's why. When I see them after stream, I find that kind of stuff helpful to me when I do my projects. Okay, I don't quite understand how hyperbolic math helps you for your projects, but okay. By the way, also, the Physic Crusader, thank you much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. The day before yesterday. Reply handled. It's really weird how English doesn't have a word for the day before yesterday. Well, Germany also doesn't really have one. So there is like vorgestern, which is, you could say, pre-yesterday, which you could translate to pre-yesterday. kinda. So no, actually we have a word for it, but like Germany has a lot of words that is combined out of two other words, which is like, it makes a lot of sense. But like then and like you then have these small little prefixes and suffixes which allow you to shorten a lot of stuff. So like if you would say the day before yesterday in German, it would be der Tag vor gestern. And as you can see, like der Tag vor gestern could be shortened to vorgestern, but this time with a V instead of an F, and this with a V instead of an F. This is then more, you could translate more to pre. So that's then pre-yesterday. That's the combination ancestor before and autumn yesterday. Okay. Language is weird, man. Yes. Insert a chat guy here. Why? Let's see if the new list view works. Would be really cool if it works right away. Probably doesn't, but hey, still would be cool. And I don't have any update system yet, so that's the next thing I have to do. Like adding a camera doesn't change anything right now. You will see in a second. Edit Meep. So we have an add button, and the list view doesn't work because we do not call the update function. Oh damn it. Okay. How do we do that? Oh, and we're starting design patterns now. Ooh, design patterns! How lovely! Design patterns are nice. I love it when I'm just coding, like I have some system ahead and I'm coding, and then at some point I realize, oh, that's dependency injection. Oh, that's MVC. Oh, that's some other design pattern. Like, when just through practice, the design patterns are so deep in your coding style, you don't realize you're using design patterns. Singletons. Oh, singletons are everywhere. Or dependency injection. Like, those two are I think, like, the most used design patterns without realizing that those are special design patterns. Singletons and dependency injections is like everywhere. Especially dependency injection, I think. Like, there is so often I see dependency injection that it's funny. Yes, but a single in the wrong place is a multi-threading hell. Yeah, but obviously. Okay, so details. Update scene object list, context, I think the focus of the study is MVC and MVVM. But we see some others. Okay. Honestly, yeah, there is here and there always an MVC and an MVVM, but honestly, it's most of the time bit different. So like it feels like there is not the way to do MVC or MVVM. It's always yeah. Yeah, they change according to a project. Yeah, but even a bit more about a bit more than that, even, I think. But yeah, and like sometimes they are just simply not useful. It's so stupid. Like my final my practical exam for my apprenticeship, there was like in our previous like senpai, etc. Like all said MVC, 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 but you were simply not able to argument properly why you should use the MVC here. It doesn't make sense because you're reading a file, you're processing the data, and then you're outputting the file. It's in German EVA for Eingabe, Verarbeitung, Ausgabe, Input, Processing, Output. So. And then like argumenting, and like there is then like some pro stuff from a university that did some stuff for the apprenticeship, and then they explained on why MVC, but it doesn't make sense to use MVC. So I didn't use MVC in my practical examination, and I got like 99 out of 100 points. So. And that single point is probably not because I didn't use MVC. That's why pattern architects are paid so handsomely. I think, like seriously, I think like if I would work in a big software company, I don't think I would want to do a programmer job even. I think I would want to do a software architect job, I think. MVC is like meta now, and nowadays, so everyone wants to stick everywhere. I hate hype culture. I don't know why nobody cares about hype culture, but I absolutely hate hype culture in any regard. If it's anime hype, if it's if it's a technical hype, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Like I'm anti-hype. I'm anti-hype beast essentially. My goodness. On scene object. On scene objects changed. Add lambda. Hype is complicated, is moved by passion or money, so people tend to get invested in that. Yeah, it's complicated, I know. I still don't like it. Create a declare... No. Declare multicast delegate. I also don't like people who hype. What the fuck? Like, I can just say no, the No Man's Sky hype or Cyberpunk hype. It's often that I think like, it's not necessary, or why? Just because something is new doesn't mean it's good. Give it time to mature. My goodness. Okay. Scene objects changed. On scene objects changed. And on scene objects changed. Broadcast. Yes, Mother desire for something be good than being new, but I don't know so many great games out there and people have only that ones that release like crap. Yeah, it's true! That's so true! Or like, I mean, in case of No Man's Sky, it only was bad because, I mean, it only appeared so bad because there was this big hype around it. And the publisher. I mean, No Man's Sky nowadays is pretty good because it had to mature first. It's just like that. Back then, early access was not that of a deal, and early access for AAA games essentially doesn't exist. And to be fair, they didn't release everything they said it would have at launch. Yes, but they also cut out some stuff because it didn't make sense. Or, I mean, it's a dynamic development, and some stuff just simply doesn't make sense. You want it to, but it doesn't make sense. It's a dynamic process. It's a bit, yeah, some stuff is true, like it would be better if you communicated that a little bit better, that this is the plan and not that it does have that. The problem is just, if you would not say that, publisher would be very mad if he said, oh, that will be in the future or whatever, because publisher doesn't care about the future, publisher cares about right now. Yes, but it was lackluster if you compare with the trailers. I think a delay would be a lot better. Yeah, but they were not able due to the publisher. They tried to delay it for a couple of months, but it doesn't help. But because of freaking Sony as publisher, they simply were not able to delay it. They didn't have the freedom. That's why all my homies hate publishers. And like the publishers, they were actually the dudes who then like created the hype out of this whole game for the launch. Rex gifted to me No Man's Sky some time ago. Huh. Okay, so scene object. I need to go back to the details because here I say add lambda. I have to capture this. And what I do here is I simply call update scene object list. And very important is I'm gonna store the on scene objects changed delegate handle. I love those names. And this is f delegate handle, because now I have to add the destructor. See scene of SFIC details. Because what I do in here then is I say context on scene changed, remove on scene objects changed handle. A colleague from my work is thinking about selling her drawing tablet. I think I'm gonna get it if she sells. Then we'll be able to do proper sculpting and maybe finally use some tablet without feeling weird. Use one tablet without feeling weird. Yes. Okay. Let's try it out again. I want to get this this list working, and then we're gonna end the stream, guys. So, for some weird reason, ITX cases became very attractive to me this last few weeks. I'm thinking if I should buy one when I finally upgrade my PC. What is ITX again? How big is this? I do not even care enough that I can imagine it. Smallest motherboard size. The smallest motherboard size is an Intel NUC. No, it's a Raspberry Pi. With these compute modules and this I/O board you can buy, you have to have for these compute modules. You can even have a PCIe PCIe X1X or X1 connector there. You can connect the PCIe device. Isn't that cool? The smallest desktop Windows PC motherboard size. Isn't the Intel NUC also a Windows desktop machine? I have assembled once upon a time. It's quite some time ago. Like 5 years or something. But Nook is not a motherboard, it's an everything board. No, you can install you can install the CPU separately. At least that's what I had to do. But you don't have like GPI, GPU or PCIe slots or whatever. But I mean, it's still technically a motherboard. Okay, so you got a camera there, and you select it, and then you have the camera stuff there. It's beautiful. Okay, if I add a new camera, it breaks. Aww. Disappointed panna noises. Why? Failed? Because something is not valid. Give me a second. Scene object. Scene object detail slot. Detach widget. The ITX and I have one full PCIe. The CPU socket to the 1 and 1/4 pin PCIe. Maybe I am .2. Aha. So, by the way, I would say that in the details panel we have to create like 3 different sections that are separated with a slide or whatever. So, so that we'll have like the outliner section where we then have a list of all the scene objects. Then below that, the details panel for the selected scene objects. And then below that, a section for all the other settings, like the scene settings and animation settings and stuff like that. Because right now, like, selecting things that moves around a lot of widgets, and that's not a nice UX. Even if I'm just in testing, it already annoys me. So we're gonna change that. But not today. I just want to check if we can add a new camera to it, and then we're gonna... And then we were gonna see... Wait, the second Sonic film already released? There is even a second Sonic Sonic film. Holy smokes. Oh, not yet. Okay. But they already confirmed the series and the third movie? Why? I don't know. Because business dudes are stupid? Like, you don't even know. Seems like they are stupid. Yeah, they are. Business dudes are always stupid. This is like a natural law. Like, I have seen the first movie and it was not good. I only saw it for the meme. But your own job is to make money, and they do stupid decisions that lose money. Yes. And they get a lot of money for losing money. Which is even more stupid. Frick. Oh my goodness. Yes. Zig the Zag. Fook. What a song name. Zig the Zag. I kinda like the first movie, but I aren't much critic to movies anyway. If I can make to the end, it's fine. Wow, if that's your criteria, then holy smokes, what bad movies have you seen? My most favorite movie, or at least one of the most favorite movies of mine, is still Interstellar. I just love that. I just love it. It's a great. And I even remember when I first saw it. It was on an airplane. Yes. My favorite ones are Studio Ghibli ones. Honestly, I haven't seen those since my childhood, and because the only time I've seen those in my childhood when they ran on free TV, I don't quite remember these movies. I'm very sorry, but I mean, I'm not to speak of in regards of movies. Especially not anime movies. I watched Dr. Grammar. Okay. So like, I especially didn't like. There was what your name, for example. Like I got busted for not having seen your name. Or I getting busted because I don't watch Attack on Titan. It's so annoying. So like this fuels my anger against hype beasts. My goodness. It may be good, okay? But like, if you bust me because I haven't seen something, this makes me even more annoyed. And then I just don't want to watch it out of principle, okay? Was the attacker dropped? Wow, okay. The problem is, like, also very often, like, those hype beast things, I don't really think that, they are that great. Like, I have seen My Hero Academia at first, but at first it was rather good, but then the later seasons were pretty bad. Or Death Note, I don't get the hype about Death Note. What the frick? Or Steins Gate was also rather hyped. I have seen it. It was okay. The only thing I want is a good mecha anime. Most of them are bad. That's not. I want comedy. So like, you get me. Like, you can turn around pretty much any show if we have good comedy. But only if you have good comedy. For example, I didn't like Konosuba. That's also one of those overly hyped animes, which I don't even, which I was just okay. Multiple cameras. Yeah, but it was overly hyped. It was so extremely hyped. My goodness. Damn it. Okay, I hope that would work, but it didn't. What? Over here? Okay, hold on. Are you triggering the update character values? No, you're only triggering those. Editor camera actor. Editor update. Wait, what is the issue here? One anime movie that's absolutely fucking bonkers is Redline, but almost no one knows it. Yeah, I don't know it either. But sorry, but I'm not quite into mecha either. I'm not in, it doesn't matter the genre. I just have to like the show and then I'm good. Like it doesn't matter to me any of those meters or cross references or whatever. As said, like nearly every show is a good show for me. So like, it can be bad in many things, but it may be still a great show for me if it just has very good comedy. And there are a lot of shows that people don't like or whatever, and I just love them because they just have great comedy in them. And because fighting robots and fighting... Yeah, I'm sorry, but like fighting in general is not my genre, so there is not nearly any fighting thing that I really like. That's like one of the reasons why I kind of dropped My Hero Academia. At first there was a lot of lore still involved, but then fighting got overhand and no. Like, I actually liked Darling in the Franxx, for example, for the first season, because there was a bit of fighting, but there was a lot of character driven. Sorry, it was rather good. First off, like the last couple of episodes, they don't exist. Okay, so where did I left off? Right, so there was one thing, like there's this add scene object, and I have to say cast FIC scene object, and then like init editor, and then this here is like unload editor. And as said, like a show, good if it has good comedy. Every show with good comedy is a good show. I see that like over the top, especially facts or completely silly stuff. My musical taste and content watching shows me that. Okay. Yeah, it's not fighting. No. I mean, here and there, some bit of fighting is okay, but don't go overboard. Like, 30% fighting is already very hard on the limit, I think. Yeah, balance is necessary. But even no fighting is good. So like, but I'm also fine with shows that don't have fighting. I mean, there are a lot of shows that don't have fighting. Imagine romance with fighting. Holy smokes. Imagine Komi-san with fucking fighting scenes. What a freak. Oh, my dress up darling with fighting scenes. What the freak? This doesn't fit well. Like, I can see how much I dislike fight scenes when I see them in some manga. In a manga, I rush through those pages. It's unimaginable. And like, I can compare like the I can compare the light novel to the manga of like Tensura, for example, and the manga has, at least that's how I remember, quite some more fighting than expanding all of the other stuff that happens in the light novel, which makes me a bit sad. I need to dig the anime sites a little more. I watched everything I wanted already. Shit. I'm not even close. After all, I would still kinda consider myself a newbie. Oh, it didn't crash, great. My goodness. Ooh! Ooh, boys! Look at that! It actually works! Oh my goodness! I didn't expect that! Look at that! Can I animate that? Oh, I'm stupid, that's why. Okay, hold on. We are there, and in the next scene. I mean, we're very close of having multiple camera support, guys. Holy shit! I'm very excited right now, if you cannot hear it. This is lovely. Can I unlock here? Yes! Babe, look at that! Oh my goodness. It's great. I get 1 or 2 each season and they tend to be old. My list is small, Pan. Ah, it's sad. The camera path doesn't get drawn for whatever reason. I have to investigate that, but we have multiple cameras! Oh! They can be animated! It works! The object system works! 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 I'm excited, if you have not been able to hear. Oh my goodness! This makes me happy. I'm a bit worried right now because like I got this stuff here going. Oh, because we are using get camera editor and then like getting the position instead of ourselves directly. So, okay. So that's here the issue. Okay, hold on. I want to fix that first before we end the stream. Editor context, instead of this here, I mean, we need the animation range. Line batcher, we can keep that, but we do not want this camera editor here. So instead, what I want is get editor attributes, and then we want to I want to provide this. Get editor attributes, this. And then I want to get the position from that. And then I want to do the drawing. My goodness, guys, I overly excited. I mean, maybe you understand my excitement, maybe you don't, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm excited. Whew! Boys, isn't this great? It's great. So guys, when this here is done, the next thing will be to clean up a bit on UI and UX in regards of the outline and stuff. Adding the ability to remove scene objects. We don't have that yet. Maybe add custom names for scene objects, so you can change the name of a scene object via the interface and whatnot. And then we also have to fully then also make the rendering and the player to use the scene system now. Map everything from the animation system to the scene system now in regards of the commands and the FIC subsystem. And when all of that is done, then features is at least the idea. Like daytime controller object. Adding then in the add button there, adding a drop down so you can select between the different objects you want to change, and maybe also add the ability for non-animatable attributes or details for the details panel. Because there is also data that cannot be animated. I just realized, for example, for particle system, what kind of particle system? That's something I would want to put in the details panel. Also, drag and drop rearrangement inside of the outliner. That's also something that has to happen, because based on the order inside of the outliner. It's decided which camera, when active, gets priority. And then we also have to add a animatable Boolean attribute that we can then use as enabled attribute for the cameras, for example. So that we can switch between cameras inside of a single animation. Also, we have to fix the fit all and make sure that some stuff is default-wise enabled here. Because that's apparently not the case yet. And I absolutely gluten love it. This is a light roll, huh? Choop. And yes! We have a camera path. We have one. Hooray! It works! My goodness. I just realized the details down here in the timeline, we don't list the other camera yet. So we have to add the we also have to bind the update event there. But give me a second, guys. Okay. So. Okay. Only get one or two. Oh, next year Dr. Stone come back. Nice. Oh, great. Oh, I watched Star Wars Visions this last few days. Amazing animation, not much of a story. Okay. So, guys, we're gonna end the stream now. I can just say so. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed the stream. Question: who are we gonna raid? Let's go be Andrew. So, guys, then I would say thank you much for watching. I was Planaro from until I can catch the stream again. Bye bye. Yeah, next stream hopefully will be on Thursday. I hope. I don't know, but I hope. So, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I was Planaro from CodeD from Mr. Bytes, and I say bye bye until next time. And as always, keep coding!